What's going on, everybody? How's everybody doing? Welcome back, or welcome to the Soulless world. Today's stream. I don't know, whichever you want to choose. I don't know. Roth, I see you there in the chat. Jeff, what's going on, buddy? Haven't seen you in a little while. Good to see you in the chat. Anyways, let's go ahead into the live scene. Unfortunately, no camera today. No camera for the rest of the week, just because I am currently dog sitting, or house sitting. I should probably more so put it like that, but I'm also taking care of dogs. But yeah, no camera today because I don't normally bring with my mobile setup, but we are here live, ready to go. So today, we're going to replace air, and we're going to put a mountain in. How does that sound to everybody? I think that sounds like a great idea, if you want me to be completely honest. But yeah, I need to get some things. Also, we're back here in our magnificent storage room that's a little bit laggy, but you know, it happens. I need to grab as much of the tough as I got. It's not a whole lot, but it's something nonetheless. We might start off with a little bit of resource gathering just so we can fill up the shulker. We'll have 3 shulkers full of tough that we're going to need for today's build. Well, for the building that we're going to be doing today. Basically, the idea is, ideally, if we can, cover up this entire half that we see. At least with whatchamacallit's words. Words are kind of hard right now. It's dark out. The monsters are everywhere. They're going to get me. I'm scared. I did spend a little bit of time kind of preparing for the next episode of the Soulless world. So I went ahead and removed most of the village. There's a baby. There's a child. We deactivated the iron farm because I am moving it into right above where my storage room is, because this is in the way of the build that we're going to be doing. So let's go ahead and go to bed first and watch all the monsters burn away, except for the creepers. The creepers, unfortunately, are going to hang around, but that's okay. I still need lots of gunpowder because I am forever I think this is like the 5th time in a row for streaming now that I said I need a gunpowder farm, and I will continue to say it just because I can. But aside from that, I hope everyone had a lovely holiday weekend for those that are Americans. Yeah, it was a very long weekend for me. So on an average, well, all of last week, on average, I went to bed at like 2 p.m. or 2 a.m. Not, son of a gun. I didn't go to bed until almost 5 a.m. on Sunday morning. So I was very tired that day, but I really did not feel that great yesterday. So I told myself, you know what, we'll just move the stream to today. And you guys will still get a taste of the Soulless world for this week. But yeah, that's what happens when you send me on vacation for a week. I don't go to bed at a decent time, ever. But most of last week was, you know, making a crap ton of content too for hopefully hitting that. Well, we hit the 1,000 subscriber marker, which, by the way, I'm going to say it again. Thank you guys so much for getting me to this point. Could not have done it without you guys. I am eternally grateful for all of you. But enough sappiness at the start of this stream. We're going to start just by doing some basic resource gathering, because we need tough. We need tough. The 2 shulkers that we have are not going to sustain us at all, so it's better to just get the tough now. Yeah, sleep is for the weak. Sometimes I am weak, but even then, Still, I try to take care of myself sometimes. Shocker, Z-Man taking care of himself. I know. But yeah, it was a very, very long weekend. So here we are today. I'm actually kind of excited to get into building this mountain just because I haven't done anything with it in months. It's been a very long time since I've actually made an addition to the mountain. And the reasoning why I haven't done much with the mountain is because I wanted to leave it mostly open while I was digging out, carving the caverns and all that kind of stuff, so that mobs wouldn't be spawning nearly as much, you know, kind of saving it for nighttime, all that kind of stuff. Because once I cover this place up, it's going to be a freaking mob spawner. It's gonna be a war zone. So it's probably in our best interest to maybe even light the place up a bit more before we start covering it up. But slowly but surely, we are getting ever so closer to finally doing a wraparound on this here. We just have to get through, well, I guess I'll show you guys really quick the progress that we have been making. We're finally back behind the throne, and I've built all the way down to y-6 there. I need to still take out a few blocks here and there to allow myself to get a little more depth. Maybe I'm thinking of putting some lighting down here. Maybe some red. I don't know about redstone because it will break very easily once we get out of range of it. But yeah, we got this all done. We just need to finish up this side, and then we're pretty much halfway done with doing all that. And the reason why it takes me so long to get that done is because not only am I replacing the stone and all that kind of stuff, I'm going through tons of deep slate. Speaking of deep slate and stone, now let's go ahead and check my statistics really quick. I have a feeling that I am we're less than 3,000 blocks from mining up 700,000 stone, and we've mined up a good chunk of deep slate as well. Not nearly as much stone, not nearly as much deep slate as we do stone, but basically what I've been doing is scraping the bottom of these caverns that I'm building and throwing it against the wall. So imagine this all here mined out and then just smacked against the wall. And that's kind of what I have been doing, and it hasn't been the most efficient process either, but I want to make it feel like we're actually deep underground when we're in this kingdom. So that's why I'm doing what I'm doing, and people will call me crazy. Obviously, I am a little crazy. Do you know how much sleep I get? Not a whole lot. So yeah, I'm a little senile. But yeah, it's been a very long, very tedious process, but we're getting it done anyways. Hi, Diamond. How's it going? 5 more diamond ore we can throw into the horde. That rhymes a little bit there. But yeah, it's a very long process. I think doing this and actually building the mountain is probably going to be the most time-consuming part of this project. Not even building the other things that I have in mind for this project either. Like, I still want to do a Hall of Legends, you know, commemorating all my channel members, people that have super chatted to me and all that kind of stuff. That's something I want to do. Along with, over time, I want to start even people that don't, you know, support me via membership, which, by the way, if you are part of that, don't feel pressured to, but always greatly appreciated to see you supporting me further than just subscribing. So hit that join button. I know you want to. Go on, press the button. Press the big shiny red button there that says join. But yeah, this is very much a passion project for me at this point. I mean, it obviously has always been, seen as I love Dwarvencraft, whether it's Tolkien and other fantasy worlds that are out there. But I just love Dwarfcraft. Like, the mountains call to me, if that makes sense. I don't know what it is about it, but obviously my character online is a dwarf, a fantasy-themed dwarf. So we just go with it. Plus I'm short, so yeah. I'm waiting for the comments to come in. Oh, this guy's short. I know, you don't need to remind me. I'm waiting for Roth to just start chatting. Be like, hey, you're short. I'm just waiting for it. But yeah, how was everybody else's holiday weekend? I hope you guys had as much fun as I did. I hope you guys enjoyed yourselves as well. I promise you, I'm trying to mine as quick as I can, just to get the resources as quick as possible, so we can make the most progress that we can get today. I want to make a lot of good progress if we can. Like I said, ideally, I would like to get about halfway done through the tough, or get the tough layer completely done. And then after that, we'll see about potentially throwing in some stone as well. But obviously, we have to do this layer by layer. It is a very tedious process, but it's something that needs to be done in my eyes, because I am a stickler for details. You know, mountains normally aren't just one flat shade of a color. They're kind of, you know, darker colored than as you get up higher into the mountains, like the sun, you know, weather, erosion, all that kind of things. Like, I don't know what the proper term is. Smooths out, kind of gets rid of the darker colors, I guess. I don't know. Maybe I'm just rambling at this point. Printed, hello, welcome in. How's it going? Welcome to the Soulless world. We're currently just doing some resource gathering right now because I really need some tough. We only have 2 shulkers right now, and I already know right now, and it's not going to be enough for what we need to do today. So, don't mind me. We are just digging right now. You dig it? Alright, how much more? What do I do with the shulker? Oh, it's all the way over here. I'm like, what the heck? What happened to my shulker of resources? This one's pretty much full, so we won't be spending too much more time digging around in here. We'll be getting to building here very shortly. Well, what brings you in tonight, Brennan? Just kind of browsing around, saw my stream and thought, hey, let's check out this guy. He seems pretty cool. And to that, I say I am pretty cool. So thank you for stopping in. Alright, a little bit of, tiny bit of extra tough there. But let's go ahead and get started finally. I also might need a little bit of deep sight. Do I? Yeah, I have deep sight. I just need to run over to grab it really quick. Also, let me know if the music is too loud or anything like that. I don't have my normal settings, so might be a little loud, might be too quiet. I don't know. You guys let me know. Although I do want to say now though too is I'm warning you guys in advance that there is a solid chance that there might not be a video out this Friday, just because I did take the day off yesterday from streaming. So I'm kind of cutting into my recording time tonight, which is unfortunate, but like I said, yesterday was kind of a needed break. But let's go ahead and get started on this. Gosh, when was the last time I even touched building this mountain? It feels like it's been so long. It really does feel like it's been way too long. And I hope that I can still keep up with the patterns and everything that I was going for when it comes to building this monstrosity of a mountain. Actually, now that I think about it, I will need support blocks, which I should have some stone right over here in these chests. Right. We'll start with that much. Sure, why not? Obviously, still trying to follow this jagged look. Can't be, you know, super flat in certain spots or anything like that. Might have to, you know, my eye was immediately drawn to this spot because it looks a little flat to me, but we'll get back to that at some point. It's not something that it direly needs done right now. One thing I do kind of have to think about with this as well is the slope that we're going to have with this build. Just because this is pretty steep. The angle is pretty sharp on this mountain. So I'm going to try to do that as best I can without building this insanely high. So we will have to kind of make sure we slope it in enough to where the slope is not too steep, if that makes sense. I don't want it to be super steep because then that will, I don't know. I feel like it might look a little wonky if it's too steep. But I might just be simply overthinking it, so. Every tough block counts. We cannot leave a block behind. Ooh. Also, I will say now too, if you guys have any suggestions, potentially ideas of how we can make this process go by a little bit faster, by all means, let me know. Because I know I'm kind of like building this in sections, so it might feel like we're not getting nearly as much done as we would like or something like that. But I don't know. You guys let me know. What do you think? We'll need to make sure that we can just kind of check on it as we go along too. Yeah, I mean, we didn't do a whole lot right now, so throughout the night, we'll make sure to double check everything, see how it looks, and all that fun stuff. Give me that block back. Throw some tough down here. We're going to try to reclaim as much blocks as we can as we build, just because I don't want to have to spend too much time, you know, digging around today. I would really like to just build. I feel like we really got the perfect mountain building music right now. And of course the song ends. Okay. Bye bye. Sure, that works. That'll do. Time to work on the next expansion. Yippee! I had left my bed down there. Gosh darn it. Let's go get the bed really quick. There it is. Guess we'll sleep real quick too. Might as well, right? If we're already down here. Also, almost forgot. My caffeine. Tastes like blue raspberry. So I guess while we're on the topic, this is kind of officially the first stream. I'm not really on the topic, but a topic I wanted to bring up, I should say, is obviously now that I am able to monetize my content, I want to make sure that the ads aren't too prominent throughout my streams or anything like that. I want to make sure that, you know, you're still going to enjoy my content without being interrupted too much. I know there's some people out there who use YouTube Premium. I'm definitely one of those people. So some people might not even be affected. But I right now I have my ads set to medium frequency. Obviously, if it gets to be too much, I would absolutely want you guys to let me know, just so I can adjust the settings and all that kind of stuff, just so you're not being bombarded with ads throughout my streams. So, for anybody that might get ads or anything like that, please let me know as soon as possible if the ads are too much or whatever. What are you drinking? I am currently drinking a Celsius Astro Vibe. So it's sparkling blue raspberry, which I will say I kind of have mixed. As somebody who drinks as much caffeine as I do, I like to think I'm a pretty solid energy drink, or yeah, we're gonna say energy drink connoisseur. Celsius are very solid in my opinion. I don't experience nearly as much crashing as I normally do with, like, say, Monster or Rockstar or any of those. Rockstars kind of give me a headache, and I don't really like that. Sorry, saw something pop up. Had to read it real quick. I also wanted to mention too that I did put out a poll on my channel. So for those that might not have seen it, I put out a poll, you know, pretty much asking what kind of games we want to kind of potentially introduce to the channel. And my reasoning for it is obviously, as a survivalist gamer, you know, I love me the survival sandbox genre. I feel like my channel could use a little bit of revitalizing, adding in potentially another category of gaming would be pretty cool. Obviously, you know, Minecraft's absolutely not going to be going anywhere. I still eventually plan on doing something with Project Zomboid. Just don't know what yet, if I'm being completely honest. Just because, you know, it's something I really have to be in the mood for. If I'm not in the mood to play a game, I'm not going to want to make content on it. And so, obviously, a lot of my focus has been on, you know, the Soulless world, the aged mod pack. But I do want to ideally end the aged mod pack playthrough as soon as possible, just so I can you know, get another game series going, if that makes sense. Oh yeah, I forgot to say this on the poll, but I thought you might love the survival game. Listen here, Jeff. I bought that game the moment it came out on Epic Games. I did a whole playthrough on my channel, live stream. So there has been so. I love that you brought this up because I'm gonna nerd out for a second here. They've expanded the game quite a bit since the last time I played on the channel, so it's a very solid possibility that I could bring it back and do some content on that. I definitely thought about it. The only thing with it is that I found that I do have to be in the mood to play it. Because don't get me wrong, I absolutely love Return to Moria. It's an awesome game. I like that there's something else out there that is Lord of the Rings themed when it comes to survival crafting video games. I wish they would. If anybody remembers the game Shadow of War, it was another Lord of the Rings themed game. Basically, I forget what the genre of it is called. It's not roguelike, but you basically have your own character that you control and everything. And there is a storyline to it all. You know, you learn the little facts of Middle Earth as you play and all that kind of stuff. It was a very solid game. I definitely have a few hours in it. You know what? I'm gonna look it up really quick because now I'm on this tangent. So it's called Middle Earth: Shadow of War. It's a beefy game, by the way. Just want to point that out there because it's 123 gigabytes of storage. So it takes up a lot. Yeah, it's an open world RPG. Essentially, you're playing as a character. You know, you go through the world, you know, conquering territories and all that kind of stuff. And you can build up your own, like, orc armies and all that kind of stuff. And it's very fun. I will say that. It is a very solid game as well. I played the crap. How many hours do I have in that game? Let's go to the library really quick. I definitely played it a lot on my Xbox 360 when it was on there, but it says I only have 21 hours in Steam, which does not seem, like I said, that doesn't seem right to me. I definitely have way more hours in that game than Steam shows. Very fun game, but I digress. I've wanted a lot more Lord of the Rings games because as anybody knows at this point, I am a total Lord of the Rings fantasy nerd. Like, I also really like Game of Thrones. I put off watching Game of Thrones for so long, but now that I have actually watched it, I've watched House of the Dragon. I've watched pretty much everything when it comes to Game of Thrones. The only thing I haven't done is read the books. Maybe playing with friends for a video series. That could be on the table. I know my buddy Roth has the game as well. I convinced him to get it, and we did play together for a bit, a hot minute, as the children say nowadays, or as the cool kids say, I should say. But yeah, I've definitely thought adding that into the kind of games that I play on the channel. That was definitely top of my list. But like I said, for me, it was definitely one of those games where I had to be in the mood to play it. Otherwise, meh. But they did more recently release a DLC in mid to late June, I think it was, which added some really neat features. I think what would really help the game as well would be rideable mounts. Like, there's definitely creatures there's goats and all that kind of stuff in the game that would make it a lot more enjoyable, for sure. It make the playing experience a lot easier. I think if they were to add mounts, that would drastically change how I feel about the game. I actually pretty much have felt that way ever since day one release. And I will say too, I was part of the closed beta when it was just on Epic Games, and yeah, I will pull that card. Like, I loved playing the game, even if it's in its very early stages. But I would really like more story. And I think they're actually putting out an expansion to the story later this year, if I read their blog post correctly. But you know, it's kind of hard to read sometimes, so don't take my word for it just yet. I definitely saw some things being like, hey, we're expanding the story or adding new parts to the map or something like that. Which I really, really, really hope they do. Because don't get me wrong, the maps are, obviously it's a procedurally generated world every single time. So no world is going to be the same. But they're also not very big either. I feel like you are very constrained to, you know, the sections of the world. So once you've like fully explored a section, you kind of just move on to the next and that kind of thing. I would like it if they gave it more, if there was more incentives to stay in a particular area for a longer period of time. But like I said, that's also just me. Also, we should probably go to sleep. Yeah, it's probably a good idea. What are your opinions on roguelikes? So there's actually this game that I just got during the Steam summer sale called Nine Kings. It's a unique game because it's a quote-unquote city builder / roguelike. So you have the levels that you progress through, and you know, you get cards to upgrade spots, you get troops to defend your kingdom, you know, ways to upgrade your troops, all that stuff. But what I like about it is that it's not super simple either. You really gotta strategize whatever type of king you're playing as, and you know, really thinking about what you're putting into your kingdom, because you are limited to X amount of build plots. So you can only expand, I think it's like a 5x5 area or something like that. Maybe even 7x7. I'm not 100% certain. But I think it's a very interesting game. It's potentially something I've been eyeing up to bring to the channel, because, like I said, I do have fun with it. I played Return to Moria solo, but replayed it with friends, and it was just as fun. I agree. I beat the game on Epic, bought the game on Steam, because it's a lot easier for me to play games with friends on Steam. But I played with Roth, and I like to think that he also liked the game as well, even though I could never get that confirmation from him. But playing with friends, or even potentially other content creators as well, is definitely in the cards. Don't get me wrong, I love my friends, but there is very much a specific niche to the games that we play together. Obviously, Minecraft is one of them, but I feel like Minecraft's kind of different just because there's for it myself, this is already, you know, a project that I want to continue to work on for the long term, and having friends with me to do it is just a bonus. But like Soulspawn, for example, I'm not calling him out or anything like that, but he is very picky about the games that he plays. I tried to get him to buy Played Up once, and let me tell you, the fit he threw, being like, I don't want to play. I was like, fine. I wouldn't really say a fit, but you know, you get what I'm saying. He's a very picky gamer, so if there's games I potentially want to try, I don't have many friends to play with. So I need more friends. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I need that block back. Damn it. Yeah, there's a lot of like strategy games that I would like to try to play as well. Recently, in my free time, I've been playing Mountain Blade 2 Bannerlord, which, for those that aren't familiar with it, you basically have your own character that you play out as. You could choose a kingdom to even be a part of, or you have to like work your way up to joining a kingdom and all this kind of stuff. It's medieval style, so like that's what really drew me to it. You're able to actually like command armies, manage your own castles eventually, and all that kind of stuff, which I think could potentially be a fun game to play. That's more so in like the action strategy types of games. So while obviously Minecraft is more of a chill game that we play on the channel, I've thought about potentially trying the game at Mountain Blade on the channel as well. It's an older game, so I don't know if there's really still much of an audience for it. I need to do my research. Obviously, I need to do my research before I play any games. You know, if there's games that are interesting that people do want to watch and all that kind of stuff, then, you know, but at the same time, they want to be games that I choose to play, not, you know, people be like, I wouldn't even say the backseat gamer, but just like, hey, you should play this game. Oh, well, I'll get around to it. No, you should play this game right now. I don't want to do that, okay? I don't want to have to go through that. So, yeah, it's just a lot of thought behind it. Love that game. I grew up playing Mountain Blade Warband. I've never played Warband. I definitely think if Mountain Blade Warband plays similar to how Bannerlord is, then I could probably potentially check that out too. Going back to the topic of Lord of the Rings though, because obviously nerding out, there's this Animal Crossing-esque style game called Tales of the Shire coming out. Oh god, wait, does that come out this month? I have to double check right now. Tales of the Shire, Lord of the Rings game. The release date is July 29th, so I need to start saving up my money for this game because I am 100% buying the game. There's no doubt about it. I would like to definitely try it out. Maybe we'll bring it to the channel. Maybe, just maybe. It was great for its time. Yeah. See, games, obviously, you know, as you get older, your tastes in games adapt. I was a huge first-person shooter, you know, Call of Duty, Battlefield. I even did play Rainbow Six Siege for a little while there. Love those games. Nowadays, I can't stand it. Mostly because of how that whole franchise has evolved. You know, I've always seen myself as a very casual gamer by any stretch. I don't like people that are super tryhards and then like scream in your face or whatever when, you know, you lose or something like that. The Call of Duty community, I definitely think, is really freaking toxic. So, I don't really foresee myself ever really getting a Call of Duty game ever again. I think the only exception... Excuse me. Yeah. Random yawn there. The only exception would be if there is an adaptation to zombies that really intrigues me. Like, the last Call of Duty game that I played was, well, if we don't count this weekend, because my cousin still loves playing Call of Duty Zombies. You know, I'll hop on the PS5 and play some Black Ops 3 Zombies or whatever. But like the last Call of Duty game that I owned was Cold War, where that one introduced the quote-unquote open world zombies, which I thought was a really cool concept. But then I also just kind of fell out of love with Call of Duty at the same time. So it's really just one of those games that I don't really enjoy playing anymore. But obviously, as you get older, as you evolve as a gamer and all that kind of stuff, your styles, your tastes in games change, you know. It just is part of learning what you truly like to play. And I'll be honest, I really enjoy playing Minecraft just because, you know, it's Minecraft. Who doesn't love playing Minecraft? Even if it's only for like a 2-week phase or something like that. Even though this is more of a 10-month phase currently. It's kind of crazy to think that this world is almost... We're only a couple months away from a whole year playing on this world. And that kind of dedication is kind of crazy. Some people say I'm crazy, though. I understand that for me. I play with mainly cooperative shooter games with friends. Don't have to worry about random toxicity. Yeah, like if I were to play, you know, Call of Duty or something like that with my cousin or friends or something like that. But a lot of my friends don't even play those games either. So it's... I will say a lot of my friends have the same similar tastes in games as I do. You know, simulation, strategy, roguelike type stuff. You know, I'm a huge... Fun fact, I'm a huge Sid Meier's Civilization fan. I really would like to give Civilization 7 a better chance now that they've had a few months under their belt with, you know, fixing bugs and the play style and all that kind of stuff. I would potentially like to try some of that here and there on the channel, but I also kind of have to understand what my audience is looking for at the same time. You know, if it's something that the people want to see on top of, you know, me working on Minecraft projects like this, then I'm all for it. But I just don't want to end up playing some random games and then people will be like, ooh, this guy sucks. Unsubscribe. Sorry, I heard something behind me. I thought the dog was freaking out or something. Shot in the dark here. Have you heard of Hell Let Loose? I have played Hell Let Loose as well. That one was a solid game too. Definitely has that Battlefield vibe to it, for at least in my opinion. Definitely thought it definitely felt like playing Battlefield almost. Last I played it, I don't even know the last time I played it. It's been at least 2 years, I want to say. yeah, Hell Let Loose was one of those games where I definitely also needed to be in a mood to play. But as somebody who doesn't really play shooters anymore, it's definitely not a game that I've gone back to. So it's, you know, it is what it is. Take it as you will, kind of thing. I personally just have fun with the chill games nowadays. The Stardew Valleys, there's a few other games that I play that are just chill, that don't really stress me out. To this day, my favorite shooter game. Nice. See, I played in a public lobby once with Roth and his brother, and let me tell you, it was a freaking trip. It was very entertaining, I'll say that much. I had to think of how to describe my experience with that game. All right, once we connect this all up, we're gonna do a little bit of a progress check, see how things are looking on the build. I think so far I'm feeling pretty good on this as a build. You know, it's not anything. Obviously, this is something that is. Hey, leave the cat alone. The dog is also a little attention. Yeah, you definitely enjoy the attention. She's been sitting at my feet this entire time. But yeah, I will say, kind of going off topic, ever since I started doing dog sitting as like a side hustle and all that kind of stuff, it's been interesting meeting some dogs. Some are absolute sweethearts, and some are just absolute gremlin vibes. And I'm sure you guys can tell by what kind of dogs I refer to when I say that. The freaking Chihuahuas, man. Chihuahuas are a whole different freaking breed in and of themselves. I don't understand people that can own Chihuahuas. And I say that as somebody who has parents that own Chihuahuas. Sorry, had to double check something real quick. Going back to the topic of, you know, strategy or simulation type games. There's also this one game called Be Castled that I did have a slight hyperfixation on for a hot minute there. Definitely died down quite a bit. But I even went as far as building my own map and everything to play on. which I thought was a pretty interesting thing about the game. Is like you can build your own maps to play on, share them with. What are you doing? Oh, you got a toy. Never mind. It was a very fun game. I wouldn't say it was. It still is a very fun game that I think definitely didn't necessarily get the traction that it deserved. Like I decided to look at Steam stats for the game, and at one point, like it just had 12 concurrent players, and the player base just kind of declined. Obviously over the years, as is the ebb and flow of video games in of itself, so you can't really be like, oh, this game's really fun, it should always have players on it or something like that. But yeah, Wolf, what's going on, bud? Welcome back. How you doing? Gotta respect the dedication to literally build an entire mountain from hand in Survival 2. I will say it right now, I'm not going to be working on a Dwarven Kingdom in a very long time after this build. I definitely think we're going to be focusing more on more human settlements. Maybe, I don't know about building whole mountains for goblins or orcs or anything like that. I don't know how we'll go about it just yet, but there's definitely the concept of other species other than just men, elves, and dwarves that we want to do in this world. All right, now that that's all connected up, let's see how this is. Well, I got to fill that hole in. Overall, I'm liking that. That's nothing super flat or, anything that's really stands out. Being like, oh, other than, the gaping hole that's right over there. It looks solid, though. It's looking good. Yes, I will say I've been called a mad lad for doing what I'm doing, but as someone who wants to bring a fantasy world to life, you gotta have the dedication. Obviously, I could have done this all in creative. I could have. And you know what? We probably could have even been done with building this mountain months ago. But to do it in survival, it's just a gratifying feeling to it. I just like that. But I am running out of... I wanted to... Excuse me. I bumped a little bit. I don't know if the mic picked it up or not. Gosh. Every time I step in... Well, granted, I am running off of a laptop, so there is going to be a little bit of lag and stuttering. And I'm also on Wi-Fi, so, that doesn't necessarily help either. But every time I come in here, it's just lag. So much lag. I wanted to put some of these blocks away just because I wanted to free up a little more inventory space. Plus, I didn't want to lose the diamonds. Which, speaking of, we should probably add it into... Don't I have another... Aha! Just gonna go ahead and throw them in here. Sure, that works. I've kind of liked this whole how I'm doing the horde in here, like just throwing the massive stacks of ores and all that kind of stuff into here. Fadupa, what? Oh, that's a very long name, but welcome in. How are you doing? I like trains. Great meme. Great meme. Okay, so actually, I just thought about this. So right up here, it's like we've built the deep slate up to where it needs to be. I'm thinking this side of the mountain here, we should probably, well, I'm gonna keep it here for the time being. Well, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do an andesite line up around here just because of, you know, knowing where the deep slate ends and where we're gonna put andesite and all that, and where we're gonna be putting the tough. I don't know why I kept calling it andesite. It's definitely tough. But up over there, it's definitely going to be more tough than deep slate. So I'll need to work on that at some point. I just need to focus on one step at a time when it comes to this build, because I'm going to overthink some things. And I don't need to be overthinking. I just need to build. But we're already out of our first shulker of tough there. There's also a couple creatures that I'm hearing. Creeper. I want to make sure I take him out. And another reason why I wanted to start working on building this up too is because I really want to try and start building more upwards. It's like turning all this on the inside to deep slate as well. Kind of just like encasing it and all that. Make it look nice. I want to start doing that. Obviously, I've been working more on the cavern side, but once we get the caverns done, then I'm going to have to do all the inside as deep slate. I'm actually kind of thinking about it now. I might even just do like build up the cavern to a certain height here, just so we can then put something on top of this main cavern. So essentially we would have down here the main hall, you know, the throne room, all that kind of stuff here, but then have something else on top of that. Ooh, yeah. I'm starting to get ideas that I'm going to regret saying. The ideas are flowing right now, and that is not a good thing, because I'm going to be like, you know what, we're going to do that. And then 3 months from now, I'm going to be like, why the hell did I say I wanted to do this? Just why? Where's my stone? That might be too high. I think that's the level we need to be at. Okay. These corners are always something I have to be cautious about, because I don't want them to look, you know, too blocky. I want to kind of make them feel as natural as possible. But in a blocky game, it's more difficult to do, obviously. Okay, so we'll start. Ooh. Yeah, doing these corners is always something that I've found to be kind of difficult when building this mountain, because obviously I've had to do it for, well, if we take a look at the map, I had to do the corners all around here, over here. Like, it's more difficult to do than some people might think. So cut me some slack when I'm trying to build, okay? Not that big of a problem, but the volume of the ads compared to the stream makes each ad break a mini jump. Like, is my volume not high enough? Should it be higher? I didn't even really think that I was too quiet, if I'm being honest. I definitely thought I was too loud, but if I'm not loud enough, then yeah, let me know. For whatever reason it is, I can never get my audio settings to be what I need them to be when I'm on the move. I don't know what it is. Let's go ahead and try. We're gonna turn my mic up. Gonna turn my mic up just a little bit more. Turn the music up a bit. The game sound should be fine. They don't seem that low. But I hope what I just did will be a bit better. I do apologize for the jump scares. Like I said, I've always been a little bit paranoid about how everything sounds in the mobile setup. For whatever reason, I think with my OBS settings, we should be fine. It's just using the app that uses my mic. That might be a slight problem. I don't know. I also try to not... I've been working really hard on trying not to mumble during my streams either. So, if there's at any point where I'm like too loud or anything like that, please let me know. Hey, buddy. Give me your gunpowder. Alright, you don't want to give me anything? Fine. How about you? You give me your gunpowder. Thank you. All right, let's go to sleep. Okay. Someone's sneaking up on me. Zombie sneaking up on me. I will also say that I definitely hear the music quite a bit louder on my end as compared to like looking back on some of my old streams as well. I don't know why. I think it's just because of audio settings. But please let me know if what I did changed anything, or if it's still not loud enough. I need to start bringing this in more. What's the gunpowder for? Rockets. I have, as I have mentioned multiple times throughout my last few streams, I really, really, really need a gunpowder farm. Or if I were to just rebuild the mob farm that I had a few months ago, even that would suffice. But I have nowhere to put it right now is my problem. I wanted to potentially, I was thinking of putting it in here, just like hollowing out a section or two, and just building the farms down here. So while I'm building this, I'm just getting a crap ton of resources. Music's a bop. Abso-freaking-lutely. Gotta get that tavern music going. Alright, I'm definitely gonna have to look back on this corner here. I hope I am doing a decent job of making sure it's not super flat or super square. Let's take a look at it. It's actually not bad at all. I definitely think it was going to be... I don't know why. I thought it would be look a lot more square or too sharp of a corner there. But I think I did a pretty solid job with that. Just kind of, you know, have to throw in a few blocks here and there, break everything up. I think if we just continue on, I placed a block there and completely blocked myself from going up, but okay, that's fine. We'll start there and see how it goes. Sure. This part might be a little bit too square. I don't know. Hopefully not. Sometimes I definitely think that I overthink on my builds. Like, I think something's going to be like a major problem, then in all reality, it's like you were stressing over nothing. What are you doing to yourself? What can I say? I'm an overthinker and an overachiever. That's who I am. What do you think you're doing? What are you doing? You messing with the baby's toys? Those aren't your toys. Currently in the Montreal airport right now. Ooh, Canada. Canada, eh? Your stream matched perfectly with my layover, so here I am. You know what? Perfect timing. What can I say? I'm glad to provide you entertainment while you wait for your flight, Jeff. Alright, I think I definitely need to start building this corner here because I definitely need to not make it go inward too much, because then having to bring the corners out and everything, and the corners out and up, it's going to be a pain. So we're just going to do this. Fill this in and start building this out. Do I not have? I do not. I'm going to need another thing of another stack of stone really quick. Just a little bit of a preview as well, I guess, for what's coming in the next Soulless World video. I am starting to do some planning out here. Starting to laying out the keep. I'm not sold on this back part here just yet, nor am I really sold on the size of this. Obviously, it's a village, so I don't want to go super big with it either, but kind of the preliminary plan for this is, you know, the farmland is going to be out around here-ish, and then trees to start the wilderness and all that kind of stuff going out this way. And then after the farmland, a lot of houses. I mean, obviously there's this cave here that I'm really thinking we're probably going to do something with, like a quarry there would be really cool. To add a little bit of spice to the world lore and all that kind of stuff as well. Along back here is going to be some houses as well. I was potentially thinking of putting like a secret mine entrance in one of the houses here, you know, illegal mining into the kingdom to get the precious gems and resources that the dwarves normally get. I feel like that could be really interesting to do, but pretty much the entire village is going to span roughly about to this area here. It's going to be a decent sized village for sure. I mean, in comparison to the Dwarven Kingdom, it's going to span a few hundred. Well, I mean, from at least a couple hundred blocks. So if we were to start from like right here, so X11 down to down here, or I'm sorry, I'm moving on the Z coordinate. So Z90, 690 to roughly 1048. That's a few hundred blocks right there that we're going to be working with here. It is starting to get late too. I think we need to go over here and admire the sunset from the farm, just because I don't know what it is. I just love how the sun sets perfectly over the farm. And then obviously the glow of the jack-o'-lantern scarecrows. It's wonderful. I might throw in a light or two along this side here. But I mean, for now, this light right here is perfectly fine. But yeah, I just like watching that sunset. It's beautiful. I love building mine shafts in Minecraft. Go figure. Listen, mine shafts can be pretty fun to do. Surprisingly enough, I haven't really built too many mine shafts in my time. I did do a base in my I want to say it was Voidcraft Season 2 that I had done like I didn't do an I did a whatchamacallit, mine shaft base, kind of. It was I had dug out a space that's probably roughly the size of from where this bridge is to here. Like, it was decent sized, obviously, but it was, in comparison to everything else that I'm working on right now, it completely shatters any large build I've ever done in my entire career of building in Minecraft. I'm going to call you Dupa. If there is a name that you would prefer me to call you, please let me know. But welcome back, Dupa. How are you doing? We're making good progress, I would say, on this mountain here. We're definitely making some progress. That's all we can really ask for, right? I have no idea what you're saying right now. I apologize. I would ask that you maybe try to Google Translate whatever you're trying to say. If you're not fluent in English or anything like that. But I do prefer if people, speak English in my chat. Just because I'm not fluent in any other languages. So, I apologize in advance. Oh, not that. I moved here from Discord server link. I don't know why. Well, I did post, some advertisement in some Discords. So if you're from somebody else's Discord that happened to get my link, then that's how you got here. Actually, I think I'm gonna remove those 2 blocks. Getting some sun right on the monitor. Yeah, oh, sorry. I really wish these people, this might sound crazy, but I'm actually currently posted it up in the kitchen because that's the one spot in this entire house that doesn't have a whole bunch of stuff in it right now. So I probably could have done the basement, but I also don't have a lot of... I don't have great Wi-Fi connection down there, so it probably wouldn't have made sense to, you know, stream down there. Gotta make sure I don't miss my flight. Please don't miss your flight. Well, if you miss your flight, that means you can watch more of my stream, right? I don't know. As much as I don't want you to miss your flight, I kind of want you to miss my flight. Just miss your flight. My flight. No, I'm just kidding. I hope you don't miss your flight, Jeff. I hope you have a swell time wherever you may be traveling to. I'm gonna leave that block out for right now. Okay. So far, so good. I think, at least. I hope I at least did a decent job with making sure this all blends in well. Fill that in. Start building out this way a bit more. Currently running. Oh no. Don't miss your flight, Jeff. Okay, good question for everybody in chat right now. What is currently your favorite game that you just can't put down recently? Like one that you have spent way too much time on than you want to admit. I think we all know what that game is for me. Excuse me. Jeez. I'm not even that tired. Well, no, I am a little tired. I normally don't sleep very well whenever I'm staying at another person's house, so it kind of makes sense why I don't sleep well. I'm not sleeping well currently. Oh, that's actually too high. That might be a little bit better. Gosh darn it. Alright, real quick, I'm going to go into free cam, see how... That actually doesn't look bad at all. I might throw in another block here or there just to kind of break this up a bit. Make sure it doesn't look so flat. There is a corner there that I did miss. So let's fix that really quick. Where'd I put it? Where's the missing corner? Ah, oh, sorry, wrong button. My ankles! Probably should be lighting this up before covering it, just so we don't get too many mob spawns. Make sure this is lit up. Here needs lit, so it's there. I'd rather put too many torches than not enough to prevent mob spawns from happening. So I'm just gonna litter this place with torches. Make sure all these small caverns are lit up too. I think we'll be fine here. Everything's fine. That's good to hear, Jeff. But before we continue, I'm actually going to do a quick BRB, everybody. So go ahead, stretch your legs, get some snacks, do whatever you need to do. I will be back in just a few. I apologize, everybody. It took me a little longer. I had to take care of the dog really quick, too. But we are getting back to it. Red Score, I see you there in the chat. How long has he been gone? Not long. Not that long. Are there scary monsters out here? I hear them. I hear the monsters. And I'm not talking about the voices in my head either. Let's go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep. Before anything can get me. You mentioned something about a game you're obsessed with. For me, it has to be Ring of Pain, a pretty obscure one, but definitely underrated. I don't know if I've ever heard of Ring of Pain. Tell me, what is it about? And yes, I did ask the chat, what is your current favorite game that you just can't seem to put down? Please, let me know. Is there any more Queepas? I need the Queepas. There's a couple over here. What's poppin'? What's going on, Frederick? Welcome in. How you doing? Welcome to the Soulless world. I don't believe I've seen you in chat before. How you doing? Currently on a creeper purge. I need all the gunpowder I can get my hands on. Gonna add it to the stock. We got 45 gunpowder and not a whole lot of rockets, which sucks. Okay, back to building our beautiful dwarven kingdom, the mountain that goes over it. All right, I think we'll just continue building this up for now. Kind of going around right now, throwing in some tough, building up the tough layer for our mountain. How do you feel about copper tools and the copper golem being added in the game? The copper golem, I think, will be really interesting for sure. I think it's going to be one of those features that could be either really, really good or kind of underutilized. Because while the copper golem is going to be able to help sort your, not your inventory, but like your storage of your items and all that kind of stuff, I think it can be really helpful. But at the same time, I feel like people might already have systems in place, you know, via redstone or whatever they choose to use currently for their storage systems. I definitely think I could use them eventually for the massive storage room that we have. If they can utilize ladders to get to certain chests, I think it's going to be a huge win for me. I do think I'm going to try to use them if at all possible. I just don't really know in what capacity just yet. Hello? Cats must be getting into something. Loki, what are you doing? At least I think that's what your name is. I really don't know these cats' names. I've just been calling them Loki and Freya, because that's what I thought that's what these cats' names were. But I don't remember them. But as for the copper tools, I really don't think I'm gonna use them like at all. they're definitely going to be more of like an early stage. I mean, they're meant to kind of break the gap between like stone and iron, but copper, well, iron is really not that hard to find, and which kind of makes me a little worried about what Mojang might do in regards to iron ore generation. Like, are they going to make it less common? Are they going to adjust how, you know, the iron is going to generate in the world because of this update? I feel like if they adjust the iron rates, it could be beneficial, but also bad at the same time. If you're trying to, you know, slow down the progression of Minecraft early game, then I think they would have to do it in the proper way. Because if they go, you know, nerfing iron spawns or anything like that, I feel like a lot of people might be upset about it. I think I'd be one of those people who'd be upset about it as well. But I don't know. I've kind of mixed feelings on the copper in of itself, just because I don't really use it. Like, it's one of those blocks that gives more of like a steampunky vibe, which I don't really build in a steampunk style, like, ever. So it's one of those, like I said, one of those blocks I don't really utilize. The armor could be an interesting thing for, you know, decorative statues or something along those lines. I feel like that's one of the things I might use copper for. But it's, yeah, I just don't know how to feel about it overall. That's a long way of me saying I have mixed feelings about the copper editions, or the copper tools specifically. Jeff, it's a dungeon crawler roguelite where each level is a ring of cards filled with monsters and treasure. Horrifying art, amazing music, 11 out of 10. Interesting. I'm kind of picky when it comes to playing, you know, the dungeon crawler type games. I did really like Minecraft Legends for a short period of time. That's probably like the only dungeon crawler type game that I've really played in the last few years. Hey, leave the cat alone. I swear that dog's gonna bite the head off that cat, and I'm gonna be liable. What happened when you were dog sitting? Oh, well, you know, I was streaming. Even though I was told, oh, you know, it's fine, they play, you know, play fight or whatever. But the way that that dog looks at that cat sometimes, it makes me think, oh, she wants to bite the head off that cat. You ever hear of a game called Vintage Story? As a matter of fact, I have. I stream it every Thursday with my buddy Soulspawn on the Soulless gaming server. Which, if you quick plug for anybody interested in checking out the Soulless gaming community, it's linked down in the description below. It's a little group that of a couple friends. We play games together, such as Minecraft, Vintage Story, some other games like Project Zomboid, all that kind of stuff. If you're interested in checking it out, consider joining the Discord today. But yeah, I think Vintage Story is a very solid game. It's unique enough to where it's not super clone-esque of Minecraft. I was very hesitant about it when I first got it, just because I wasn't sure, you know, how to feel about it, just because I already play enough Minecraft. I don't know if I really wanted to play another sandbox or a voxel survival game, but playing it has definitely definitely a unique game in of itself. Well, I'm boarding now. Thanks for the entertainment. This is turning out to be quite an underrated map indeed. Good luck. Thanks for stopping in, Jeff. Greatly appreciated to have you here in chat, hanging around while you were waiting for your flight. I hope you have a good and safe, have a safe flight to wherever you're going. Hopefully, we'll see you again in the next one. Okay, we need to go to sleep. It's getting dark. Which do you prefer? I think I have to go with Minecraft just because there's a little more freedom to it, to a degree. Obviously, you know, like, there's endless opportunities with Vintage Story as well. You're not limited to, you know, a specific map or anything like that. It's procedurally generated just like Minecraft, but the progression in which everything is slowed down, I think is very good for the game. I personally, as someone who just likes to build primarily, I find getting the resources to want to make my builds bigger and better and all that kind of stuff. While I understand Vintage Story is more of the basically what I'm trying to say is that I prefer Minecraft solely for the building purposes. Gameplay wise, I do like Vintage Story ever so slightly more, just because obviously Minecraft has been around for 14 years now, 2011. So I mean, the game's been around for forever. It's a game that I grew up on, so I can never, you know, not like Minecraft. I've been working on my novel. Nice. We like novels around here. Vintage Story is way better, especially if you add mods. Now, that's the one thing I haven't really explored too much yet, is mods with Vintage Story. If there's ways to, like, get more resources, I guess this is the point I was trying to get to, is that you're so confined to the resource. Obviously, you got to get clay and then the rocks and all that kind of stuff to build like cobblestone and everything, which I think is good, that it should be grindy to a degree. But if somebody like me who wants to play in survival, not creative or anything like that, it bogs the game down for me just a little bit, because while I do want to build my builds, like, if I were to build this in Vintage Story, just the progress that I've made in here in Vintage Story, this would have taken me probably triple the amount of time that I've spent on this world. So if we take 10 months, yeah, 30 months, that's over 2 years. It more than likely could have taken triple the amount of time. That's just guessing, really. But it, as somebody who just likes to build, world building, lore, and all that kind of stuff, that's where I'll give Minecraft the advantage of it's a lot less grindy. But gameplay wise, with like hunger, temperature, and all that kind of stuff, Vintage Story for sure. Now, if Vintage Story has mods to where like you get more out of a recipe for building, such as cobblestone, for example, because everybody knows at this point, my big beautiful castle that I have going on in the Soulless gaming server, it's been taking me a long freaking time to build. Plus, you know, this world has a little bit of... I have a little more of an attachment to this world specifically, just because, you know, being able to play with friends and all that kind of stuff. But, like, I'm building my own fantasy universe in this world. The fantasy universe I intend on writing books about in the future. So that's kind of something I also hold with Minecraft, is that not only does the game have a sentimental value to me as a gamer, because, you know, I grew up on it, but this world, I will say I have grown very attached to it, just because I want to bring my fantasy universe to life. And if I were to do it in Vintage Story, I don't know if... I wouldn't even say the build styles are different. Obviously, the block palette is pretty... I wouldn't even say unique. It's definitely different compared to Minecraft. But... I'm trying to think of how to explain it. I'm trying to think. Can't think of how to explain it right now. I'm drawing a blank. Yeah, all in all, right now, while I do enjoy Vintage Story, it's a lot. This world is a lot for me. From one author to another, write copious notes about it. Like, I have over 30,000 pages of notes I'm transcribing to my Substack for my sanity. That's very much a lot of dedication right there. I commend you for that. I've been more so focusing on building things out currently in this world before, you know, going and writing notes or anything about it. But I will say I have been making notes about some lore in this world, like lineages and everything like that. The story of, you know, how the dwarves got to the Melithor Mountains and everything like that through World Anvil. World Anvil, I will say, is a very underrated world building tool. If you're like an author or somebody that enjoys world building, I highly suggest using World Anvil, just because you're able to make notes. You can add in, you know, pictures of what you're trying to build and all this kind of stuff. It's really neat. Highly suggest it. I do have a World Anvil for this world that I will say I haven't really touched on too much as of late, which I do need to fix. But yeah, it's a lot that I'm trying to do all at once. And I do want to also just preface that, as somebody who does have a job and going to school right now, the amount of time that I already have that's limited to, you know, recording, editing, live streaming, and all that kind of stuff. I have very much been lacking on that. So it's a lot for me going on right now. If I had the capabilities of dropping my day job and just working on a whole ass universe, that would be great. But at the same time, I have to keep my priorities straight. I went so far as to learn basic physics and economics. Damn. As a business management major, I obviously have to take a lot of economics classes and everything like that, financial management and all that fun jazz. I'm currently taking a microeconomics class, and that's freaking dumb because it's online and the professor is not very proactive with his students either. I've tried emailing him at least twice now with no responses at all. So I've kind of given up on trying to get him to grade my stuff that has to be manually graded, because I'm sure this guy just wants to, you know, do whatever the hell he's doing during the summer and then at the very last minute grade everything, which is dumb. But I just have to remember what the end goal is here. It's so that I can run my own business. And of course, as I get back over here, it's time for us to go to bed. But of course, a few on the priorities thing. I'm a journalist planning a wedding in a tradition I'm unfamiliar with. Finishing my GED and start university. It's a lot. Life is a lot. I mean, especially as somebody who would like to make YouTube sustainable enough to be considered a second job. The dedication I have put in place just for YouTube has definitely kind of, I mean, no, I'll be honest, it's pushed my limits when it comes to schoolwork and everything like that. While I will always prioritize schoolwork, the quality of it has kind of declined ever so slightly. But as the saying goes, C's get degrees. That's all I care about. All right, we need to... I'm going to be honest, my fiance likes watching you. She's learning English and you have a clear neutral accent. I mean, okay. That's definitely something I never really thought about. Because I definitely, for certain things, I also sometimes not only slur my words, but just because of brain damage, I should say. If proper English, brain damage. But because of brain damage, you know, it's... words are hard for me to come across sometimes. So, at least... you know, I'm helping somebody out. I mean, it could be way worse if, you know, if I had like a southern accent or something like that. And if you don't mind me asking, Rescore, what is your fiance's primary language? She speaks Korean. Oh, wow. That is definitely a unique language for sure. Well, I like I said, I'm glad that you know, some people might be able to find my content educational, you know, if somebody's trying to learn English. If I can English very good at times, then you're welcome. But it's not very often that I think I English very well. I have a southern accent, though if I'm being particularly scummy, I can affect a convincing posh English accent. Nice, nice. You know, people always said growing up is that I had a voice for like radio almost. I don't know why. But now that I know, you know, people could potentially be using me for like learning the English language words, kind of makes sense now somehow. I don't know why. I guess I just have a way with words, as they say. Let's see here. I was told I have a face for radio. Ooh, buddy. I hate to break it to you, but nah, I'm just messing with you. I'm just messing with you. Missed the jump. Okay. I think I'm doing pretty good so far. This corner is definitely turning out a little more. Hold on a second. Let's go into cheaty camp. Yeah, that's. Might try to push it back by a block. Let's see how that looks. That looks a bit better. Yeah. Yeah, I think that looks fine, actually. I was a particularly ugly child, feral and always scrapping. I once got into 6 fights in one day. Jesus Christ. That's a lot of fights. In one day? Wow. That's kind of impressive, if I'm being honest. I am a very non-confrontational person, so I couldn't even imagine being in that many fights in one day. Don't worry, I was also a particularly ugly child too, so I'm right there with you, bud. Throw that there. Sure, that'll work. To this day, I'm shocked I never got arrested. I was the target of bullies and mama ain't raised a bitch. I mean, good for you, man. Why does it keep looking like my gas just is off its lead? It's kind of concerning. Excuse me. Okay, it's getting dark. I think it's time. Well, actually, I'm going to move the bed a bit closer along with the resources. I think that is a solid idea. We might even get away with not using up all of our tough with building out to where I had originally planned. So that's a positive sign too. All right, tough go there. Tough go there. Empty shulker can go right there. And bed. Go to sleep. I did also notice we did get a subscriber, so for whoever did subscribe, thank you so much. Welcome to the Z fam. Okay, so as I mentioned here, I did pretty much, actually, hold on a second. I just want to see something real quick. If this is the highest block that we're building to, like right here is where we cut off the tough. I want to see how high up this goes, because we might even be able to get away with just stone at a certain point. No, there's still going to be a tiny bit of tough up along this way, but a good portion of back here is going to be stone by the looks of it. Interesting. honestly not even worried about getting these blocks back right now. Just because we have so much stone. Ah, didn't even realize we were already near the edge. Oh boy. Okay. Let's go ahead and... Actually, wait, that's right. I'm gonna go make leftover chicken fajitas into a pasta dish. That honestly kind of sounds delish. That sounds really good, actually. I had some mac and cheese for dinner. I will say right now, I'm not a cook by any means. My cooking skills are very lackluster. I can make some bomb-ass grilled cheese, but that's about it. Let's see here. How far back? So we'll say right over here is a very steep incline. So I don't want it to be that steep. I would very much like it to have more of a incline than it's currently being built. Alright, I'm gonna see how this is looking. This is very, very sharp right here. I'm gonna have to remove a few blocks potentially. Definitely don't all. I also don't want it to be super. I think that's better. I don't know why, but it seemed like this just didn't flow very well up to here. Okay. Let's continue on. I am out of stone again. Should probably grab a couple stacks of that, huh? Whoop. Whoops. There we go. There's a few more blocks right there, but that's all the stone, I think, in both of those chests, isn't it? Yeah, it is. Oh boy. How's everybody else doing? You guys still hanging in there? What are you guys' thoughts on the build so far? Obviously, it's not anything super fantastic or amazing, but it's something that needs done. Okay. Ouch. I guess kind of going back to the topic of games, another game that I found the other day, if I could stop falling, was called Surrounded, or Surrounded, if that's technically what it's called. It's basically a third-person Project Zomboid. And I played around with it a little bit, not a ton. I thought it could potentially be something that's really cool. It's a newer game. I think it released, last month, I think, or a few months ago at this point. But it definitely gives off Project Zomboid vibes, for sure. I thought it could be potentially cool to try to play that on the channel. What do you guys think? For those that are Project Zomboid fans. I think one of the big things for me about that game that I really liked that Project Zomboid doesn't necessarily have just yet is NPCs. There's a whole economy behind it, and it's really interesting because you can actually go to NPCs, trade items, and all this kind of stuff that currently Project Zomboid very much lacks. I mean, they have an NPC mod for the game, but for me, I don't use it very much because it lags the game so much. I want to see what this looks like. feel like this just needs to be rounded out more. Like this corner right here, I'm not the biggest fan of, but I think I'm just gonna ignore it for now. It's something that I can fix off camera. I don't want this to be super flat, but it's... I just need to add a little more depth. That's fine. I can make it work. I'm hearing zombie. I'm hearing baby zombies specifically. Well, that's creeper. Hey, more gunpowder. Let's go. That is kind of the downside to filling this in now too, is that like I'm gonna have so many dark spots that I'm gonna have to light up. But as I mentioned, I haven't touched on this part of the project in a very long time. I think it's time that we actually start to see some progress, don't you think? Don't y'all think? I think so. I'm out of tough. I must get more. Whee! Alright, we're down to our last shulker. But honestly, I think we'll... Because I wanted to do, ironically enough, probably to about where this grass block is, all in tough. So, we'll see. We might have enough resources. It's going to be close. We've pretty much built all the way up to where it's only going to be tough. So I'm going to remove these blocks. The deep slate with tough. God, just looking down there too with the fog effect, once I eventually get some glass in, that'll be a really, really cool effect. For sure. Alright, so there's our finish line. That grass block is our finish line. Do we have enough to fill all of this in? It's going to be tight. I definitely think it's going to be a bit tighter than I might think. Let's start building this up now. I'm going to push this block back a bit here. I think it'll help with connecting this other corner that we're going to be coming up on here shortly. Beautiful, beautiful mountain. It's going to be such a wonderful mountain. I'm liking it. I think we're on a really good pace right now. We might even be able to start doing stone tonight. On the like starting near the mountain, building up towards that. I wasn't originally anticipating we'd get that far, but with how well we've actually been doing, not having to run back and forth to get resources and everything like that, quite happy about that. So I think there is a very realistic chance that we can get some stone action going on tonight, which will be very nice. Almost forgot. Here. Let me take a step back real quick just to see how that's looking. Yeah, that's looking pretty good. Like I said, this corner, it just is too sharp. It's too sharp of a corner. Do need to work on that just a little bit. That corner is going to bug me the rest of the night. I just know it. But it's time that the sun is starting to set, so we should probably sleep. Why won't you let me sleep? All right, can we sleep now? Beautiful. I feel like there's going to be a lot of terraforming that goes on around here. I mean, obviously, I've already terraformed over in this area here and up here and all the way around in this area pretty much. But it's probably going to end up going up all around. This entire area is going to look completely different from what it currently looks like right now. Well, we've basically reached the point to where we can actually just start throwing in some of the tuff near the bottom here. Kind of help blend the mountain into the ground a bit better. We'll see how it ends up looking. I just don't, for whatever reason, I really don't like the way that the dirt looks when I'm building this mountain. It just doesn't blend well for me. Hello? Where the hell did that come from? Somebody tried to shoot me. Aha! Ouch. Yeah, I'm sure we're getting quite a few mob spawns. Oh, I see. We're missing a block there. Just throw that right there. I swear, I think Endermen are stealing my blocks, and it's annoying the absolute hell out of me. Even though apparently Enderman can't steal player-placed blocks, I think that's a lie. I think it's a gosh darn lie. Somebody's lying straight to my face. Because I'm tired of seeing these damn Endermans with grass blocks, placing them all over my build. It's so annoying. Oh, I only have a few more torches. Nice. But at least I'm lighting up a good chunk of the area here. So hopefully we don't get too many more mob spawns. But I don't know if we're going to be able to avoid that or not. We'll see. Alright, let's continue building. We love building this mountain. That might sound sarcastic, but I actually do kind of really enjoy this. I know Roth had built a mountain back in the Voidcraft days before we were called Beyond Dusk, and he, Rebecca, and a few others built a mountain together, and even then it was pain and torture for them. And then I'm over here all by myself working on this. I'm like, this is fun. We're having fun around here. Okay, let's go ahead, fill that in, build it up a bit more. Sure, that works. That's not stone. Actually, we're starting to run out of tough in our inventory. I mean, to be fair, if we run out of tough, it's not the end of the world, because I mean, we could still technically continue this. We just have to, you know, go get ourselves some stone, and we're going to start just working on the stone areas instead. I'd really like to try and get this done if we can. actually, you know what? I think we're just gonna move this stuff over to the other side of the mountain. Yeah, that's my last shulker of tough. But we're getting to the point where we're not going to be using all that much now that we're up closer to the top of this mountain now. And this is just to remind me that I'm low. Just going to place those there. Maybe place some miscellaneous random blocks in. Stuff that I don't really need right now. Time to go to sleep though. That's right. I'm out of tough. Let's grab another row of blocks. Like I said, we're not going to be using all that much now, which is a good thing. I actually went up a couple blocks too high. You really start to underestimate how many blocks you're gonna, or overestimating how many blocks you're actually gonna need once you get to a certain point in your builds. At least for me, I tend to sometimes do that. That was a weird stutter that happened right there. But yeah, really, yeah, we actually might even, yeah, we're still gonna have some tough left over. Would we have gotten away with just the 2 shulkers? Probably not. I think we would have still needed at least half of this shulker here. But hey, at least we could say we did it. We did it. Yeah. Just gonna get rid of that block. Put that there. Yeah, we're just gonna leave that like so. Let's go ahead and throw this in like that. Cody Watkins, welcome in. How you doing? I believe this is the first time I'm seeing you in the chat. Hope you're having a lovely day. Welcome to the Soulless world. How you doing? Currently, we've been working on this mountain pretty much the entire time. We adding in the layers of tough, just going around this entire thing. So far, it's actually starting to somewhat cover up the mountain, the actual build itself, which is good, at least. Wow. Yeah, this build that you're seeing with your eyes right now is about 6, maybe 7 months worth of on and off work. It's a very big undertaking that I've taken with this build, but in the end, it's going to be something that I will absolutely love. You know, as the fellow dwarf on YouTube, it's kind of my thing, you know. Mountain, build a dwarven kingdom. I just have to. The mountain's called me. What can I say? But yeah, the Soulless world is a little over 10 months old now. It's a forever world between me and my current buddy, well, me and my buddy Rothrunder. He is working on an elven kingdom while I am working on this. And it's a swell time. I promise you, it's a great time. I'm actually having a lot of fun building this whole mountain on top of a mountain and on crap. I have haste. I probably should have paid attention for that. I did not do that. Yoda VR, can I join? Unfortunately, this is just a world saved for me and my close friends and other content creators that choose to make content on here. Very in the near future, I do want to, you know, get a world going with my community, but currently I do not have the means of doing so. So unfortunately, for the time being, all you can do is watch. Haha, I'm kidding. I'm just messing with you. You should. I really do need to interact. If there's one thing that I need to work on immensely, it's interacting with my community more. I feel like I don't do enough with them sometimes. I intend to like do community nights and stuff like that, but then I always end up finding something else to do, or I just don't do it. And I really do need to start dedicating a specific day to where I'm hanging out with my community. But we're actually almost to the finish line for where we're building the tough. This grass block is where we're going to be cutting off the building of tough. I think we're going to put that there. Yeah. All right. Beautiful. That actually didn't take nearly as long as I thought it was going to. It only took me, what how long? almost 3 hours, actually. That's not too bad. In comparison to how some of this build has gone so far, it's really not that bad. But now I can use these couple shulkers here for my stone. I'm going to take the bed. We're going to put... Yeah, we're going to use these shulkers for stone because I'm going to need a lot of stone. Yes, 3 hours that took me of my life that I'm never getting back. But you know what? It's worth it. All right. This one has the various resources that we can take out. This one has all my tough, which tough goes right down here. For any new viewers, please let me know if you would like a world tour, because there is a lot more to this world than just this Dwarven Kingdom. I'm trying to show off as much as I possibly can to any new viewers that come in, just because, you know, it's easier to do than, you know, going back, watching through all the VODs and stuff like that. I don't expect you to do all that, so... I'm going to make life a little bit easier for you. If you want a world tour, just let me know. It is pretty much nighttime, so we're going to sleep really quick. Cody wants a world tour. We'll give you a world tour. In just a moment. I want to get my shulkers filled up. We have lots of stone to use up. See, I might have a lot of stone from all the building or all the excavating that I have done. But in all reality, that stone's more than likely going to be used up. All right. Time for world tour for Cody here. So, the Soulless world is a forever world project that I am doing with a couple buddies here on YouTube. And it is a fantasy-themed forever world, so we're adding in a whole bunch of lore, massive mega builds, you know, basically creating our own fantasy world. And this, what you're seeing right here, is the first of 5 Dwarven Kingdoms. This one is named Car Melithor, located within the Melithor Mountains. This is the first of 5 settlements that has been established within the world, and we've done a little bit of terraforming out front here. We'll go ahead and hop into free camp. A little bit of terraforming, not a whole lot. I still need to work on this a bit more. We have the massive Dwarven Gate right here. The mountains, which have all been built over top of mountains here. I found this valley range here, and I thought to myself, this would be a wonderful place to put our first Dwarven Kingdom. I'm trying to do some custom biomes as well, so throwing in some of these pale oak trees, some moss to kind of cover up the bluish teal of the grass here, or in the biome in of itself. And then this is the main entrance hall here. Nothing super fantastic right now. A lot of work still needs to be done up here, which I don't know. I might do something with it within the next few streams. Maybe, we'll see. As we go in through here, it kind of feels like we're going down into the mountain, as I've introduced going from the stone all the way down into deep slate here. go into this little cave here, and then you come out to the 275 block length from this point here all the way to the other end. It is a massive build, the biggest build I have ever worked on myself. You've already seen the storage room, which is located right in there, and we have done that's my original storage room right over there. And then we have these caverns, which have been primarily blasted out, but this one here was mostly dug out by hand because I'm a crazy person. We're eventually going to be throwing in some glass. As you can see, I kind of started it, doing some glass fog effects down through here, which will be very cool. I have started a bit of a concept for, you know, the dwarven residence and everything like that, you know, in through here, you know, nice little cave, you know, table, got storage, kitchen area, a couple bedrooms as well. Nothing super fancy throughout here just yet. And I will say we do not currently have any mods. Any mods that you see are all client side. So nothing that is game changing or anything like that is currently on the server. We do have our happy guest Stu right here, aka Stewie. And that is pretty much all the progress that we have made here in Carmelithor. Now, let's go ahead and head out this way. And we're just gonna fly through to make this go by a little bit quicker. Through here is the tunnel to get to the other side. We have our nether portal here to get into the nether and fast travel, quote unquote, air quotes, to get to other places. And then over here we have what's going to eventually be the village of Duskhearth, but we have currently just the farms. The farms are eventually going to be expanded quite a bit too. I'm potentially thinking of expanding further down this way for more farms. Throughout here is going to be the main village as well. I did kind of start styling up or designing, air quotes, designing a keep over here. Did a lot of terraforming around in here, but this is the Duskhearth fields. You know, supplies a lot of food to the region, whether it's wheat and bread, carrots, potatoes. We even have a small vineyard. That's what it's called. A small vineyard in there, and then eventually I'm going to be throwing in some animals in here as well. I need to do a little bit more with the grass too. And then we have a nice little farmhouse up here, which I haven't done anything with too much, but that's pretty much all we've got so far for Duskhearth. Now we're going to go back through. I have also did a few custom trees, which, you know, they're not the best by any means, but they are my trees. I don't build trees very often, so they're not great, okay? Don't judge me. But we're going to head through the nether first, and we're going to take you to where it all begins. So we just have to get through and fly right over through here. And through this portal, it will then take us into Themthar Caves. This is kind of like the origin point of this world. This is where, you know, pretty much the start, quote unquote, starter bases are for me and a couple of my friends. You know, a little mine shaft I built right here. We have Rothrunder, who has some things in there. Soulspawn has some things in here, and then my starting residence is right in here. But, you know, this is just a nice little hangout spot, you know, nothing super fancy or anything like that. I am quite proud of this nice little river, though. I think this looks really nice. I think I did a pretty solid job with it. I definitely need to do a little bit more stuff like this around the world, but we'll get there when we get there. And then we're going to go ahead and fly up without hurting ourselves too much and without wasting too many rockets to get up to the surface. And this is where we've kind of just been chopping down trees and all that kind of stuff. But over here is our fishing village. Now, I will say we haven't worked on this fishing village in quite some time. The most recent addition being this jail cell here. The bridge and the sea gate and that house right there was all built by Rothrunder. And everything over here was built by me. So kind of like the nicer part of the village is right over here. And then right over here is kind of like the more poverty-esque vibes. You know, very slum-like. That's kind of like what I was going for here. But yeah, Jill for like pirates and all that kind of stuff right through here. Hanging cells. Jail cells, nothing super fancy in there either, but I don't think we've touched this place in months, and you know, it's fair because we have other projects that have kind of taken priority over it, and since this is a forever world, we don't necessarily need to rush anything either. But before the last place we're going to stop to is my buddy Rothrunder's Elven Kingdom that we'll be getting to here very shortly. So, conveniently enough, the portals aren't super far away from each other. I think Roth's is probably the furthest away, but it's not very hard to get to. Just need to make sure I'm going in the right direction. So I've definitely made that mistake before, because right there's my portal. And then just flying down a little bit here, flying over through here, and we have Rothrunder's portal. 10 out of 10. It is very much 10 out of 10. But your jaw is probably going to hit the floor when you see Roth's build, because I will say right now, Roth is an amazingly talented builder. He has done stuff for the Minecraft marketplace, working with a couple build teams. I think a couple, maybe just one, I don't know. But he has done some pretty awesome things. But before we continue, we're going to sleep really quick. All right, and then right over here is the Elven Kingdom of Rimewield. I believe I pronounced that right. Oh, wait, he took this wall down. Interesting. Very interesting. I think he might be put, if I remember correctly, there's something that's going to be going in right here. He does a lot more planning than I do. But yeah, before we can... Oh, I don't have his shaders on my laptop. Shit. In here, with the Soulless shaders, like... the blue hue that you get from the lanterns and everything, this room looks so freaking cool. I like the music. Thank you. I like to be, when I'm working on this world, I like to have like fantasy themed music playing whenever I'm working on it. Just kind of, it helps me stay in the mood, in the same right mindset for how I want things to build. But yeah, this is his throne that he built. I don't have a throne yet, but you know, he's got his dogs as well. And then back here is kind of like the royal courtyard type thing that he's got going on here. It's got, you know, the tree of ice down here, as like, this is like the kingdom sigil almost. And then yeah, he's built all this so far. It's looking very nice. I really like how he has done this so far, and it looks like he has definitely done more with this side here, because this was not here last time I was on. Yeah, so we're getting some... Okay, so that leads... There's a staircase that goes around up into here. Got it. We're going to try to not skip anything if there's any small details that we can potentially get. I think there should be like a, yeah, so over here, he started, I think he's planning on doing like some sort of barracks or something in here potentially. I don't remember. He doesn't play nearly as often as I do. I'm on the server doing a lot of background things while he's primarily planning out his builds for the future. But yeah, this is looking really, really neat so far. I think there's supposed to be like a couple structures going in here. He built this wall out here because he wanted to do like some sort of terrace, which I think this is what this is supposed to be. Yeah, he's an absolutely crazy good builder. His attention to detail is definitely better than mine. I do also really like how that looks. I might have to steal something like that for my build potentially. I don't know, but obviously we'll change it up a little bit. I do like that though. And yeah, that's officially everything that has been done in the Soulless world in about a 10-month span. It's great. It's wonderful. So let's see, what time is it? 9:15 for me. So we will probably be spending the rest of this stream building up the mountains some more. Just because, well, actually, hold on a second. You know what? We're not going to work on the mountain anymore today. What we're going to do now is actually start planning. I have to do some planning for the next Soulless World video, because originally tonight and tomorrow was supposed to be like my recording and editing days, but because I didn't stream yesterday, I'm streaming today to make up for it. So I want to make sure that I have enough done tonight so that I can kind of hit excuse me. So I can hit the ground running tomorrow with recording and all that kind of stuff. Do you have a house? This is my house. This whole kingdom is my house. This has been my permanent place of residence ever since like month 3? Month 2, maybe? No, this Dwarven Kingdom is my house. I will say too, if we take a step back to really look at this, yeah, other than this corner here, I'm gonna just hop into free cam. Yeah, other than this corner here, I'm quite happy with how this all turned out. So basically now the game plan is to build up from where this line is all the way up to roughly around the peaks of here for the kingdoms, or for the mountain. We got to cover up this entire area. I still even have to do this entire side still as well. Oh boy. So yeah, I still have to, I'm getting a little bit too far out of the render distance of my player now. But yeah, there's a whole lot of work that still needs done. This is, I thought maybe this building the mountain could be done by the end of year 1 for this whole thing, but I don't think we're gonna get there. I truly don't. Oh yeah, this was our iron farm, which I need to move. I need to remove everything here. I'm gonna just place that there for now. We don't need the poppies, so we can get rid of those. All this iron here, gonna turn those into blocks. and then take all the iron. At one point, like, because I was on the server so much at one point, I had one entire chest full of iron blocks. It's kind of crazy, the dedication that we have behind this world. But yeah, this needs to be broken apart now and filled in. Because the iron farm is currently in the way. But I will say too, for anybody that is new, if you want to continue to watch the progress of this world evolve, I would highly suggest hitting that subscribe button. Highly suggest. Because this world ain't going nowhere. Do need to get rid of some of these source blocks, get rid of the water. I will end up I'm moving the iron farm on top of my storage room, so I'm gonna take everything apart here and just basically move it somewhere else. Why don't we just take Bikini Bottom and move it somewhere else? So I want to make sure that we grab all of these blocks. I'm also probably going to end up having to rewatch the tutorial on how to build this, because I am not good with building farms or redstone of any kind. Even though this really doesn't even use redstone, I'm just not good at building farms. So having this out of the way is not only going to help me, not only going to allow me to expand the keep further down this way, but also just plot out the entirety of the rest of the village here. So, with that being said, let's go move everything back over to where we're building. I should say moving everything that we just took down over to where we're eventually going to be building the farm. Yeah, but we have our villager buddies here, and then we also have Billy Bob. Billy Bob's a good boy. Sometimes. But I want to make sure that we throw everything back into here. Beautiful. Okay. Well, before we continue, I am going to do a quick BRB. So for anybody that may need to go ahead and get a snack, grab some drinks, stretch, do whatever you need to do, I will be back in just a few. All right, I have returned. Let's go ahead, get back into the game, and let's get on with some planning. I think that's a great idea. Also, it is nighttime, so I should probably sleep. Okay, let's... There might be some specific blocks I might want to try to use for layouts. So let's go ahead, grab some granite, some andesite, and a diorite. Sure, yeah, that works. Okay, so kind of what I had in mind here. Well, first I need to finish taking down all these houses first. I think if we are working with a completely blank canvas, it'll make this process so much easier. So let's get all the structures out of the way first. Kind of giving you guys a little bit of insight on how my Soulless World videos are going. Generally speaking, I do a ton of resource gathering before recording or anything like that. So sometimes I could be spending a couple hours just grinding for resources and all that kind of stuff prior to actually starting my recording. So I try to do it in a way that is most efficient and that it's not as time consuming. So I guess I'm kind of... Normally I have about 2 days to record, to prepare, record, and edit everything. And now I really only have one, I'll even say a half day, if we want to consider tonight as well, for this next episode. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get this video done in time for the promised upload for Friday. So I also just want to put that out there now. I apologize for everybody that is, usually expected. Cats, stop fighting. I just want to say I apologize if my, the videos are not coming out this week. But something like this, it takes a ton of time. And if I don't properly prepare myself, then yeah, it ends up biting me in the butt because, you guys aren't seeing the videos when you should be seeing them, if that makes sense. But I try to do videos every Friday if I can. But I also try to do other kinds of content as well, such as shorts and all that kind of stuff throughout the week, if I can do that. I don't know if I will be... I do kind of want to get more shorts out more often, because I want to try to do at least 2 shorts a week if I can. Just kind of promoting. Hey! Dumb cats. I really honestly don't... I really don't think I'm going to need these carrots, so we'll just toss those for now. Yeah, like all this, spruce and stuff, I try to, get off camera just because I don't want to spend too much time on camera doing the resource gathering and everything like that because it's boring. Nobody wants to watch that. But there's only a couple more houses here that we need to clear out. And we're not going to talk about this hole here either because there definitely wasn't villagers in here at one point in time. Definitely wasn't. What happened to those villagers? I don't know. They just kind of disappeared one day. The great thing about, building a village where a village is as well, is that we can reuse these resources for our own village. That's the beauty of building a village on top of a village. We don't have to worry about, gathering too many resources when we already have a good supply. I'll call it a good supply of resources at our disposal. I'll just toss that for now. I don't necessarily need a ton of stone. I don't know why I have birch planks. I'll say right now, my least favorite tree type is birch. Don't know why. I don't know if it's just too bright of a color for me. I do prefer the darker colors in this game, so yeah, I guess it makes sense that if I like the darker colors, then I'm not gonna like brighter colors. I like spruce. Spruce is my favorite wood type. Deep slate is a very dark block that I really like to use in my builds as well. So I just don't like the lighter color blocks. You like the stream? I hope you like the stream. Yeah, this area, for whatever reason, it's just the generation is so wonky that we really have to flatten it out. It's tedious work, but it needs to be done. I've said that multiple times in this stream, but it's true. Get rid of the stone. The glass is going to be useful. I know that much. I don't know about this terracotta color. I maybe might be able to find something to throw in with it, but I just don't really see myself utilizing it that much. At least we can reuse that stone cutter too. Having an extra... For whatever reason, I tend to lose my stone cutters, so getting those back, or getting it so that I can use them, use it will be very nice. Don't need the trapdoors. Don't need the clay. What did I do with the bed? I placed it down, didn't I? Placed the bed down somewhere, I just don't remember where. My goldfish memory can't process where I've put my things. We do have a lot of oak stairs. That is a lot of oak stairs. Where the heck did I... Did I leave it in the storage room? I swear I thought I picked it up. Did I not pick up my bed? I might not have. No, it would have been here. What? Making sure I didn't accidentally put it. Nope, not in there. Where the hell did I put my bed? I genuinely have no idea what happened to my bed. That's crazy. Well, no matter. We can, A, just make another one, and B, sleep right here. So we'll just sleep. Watch, it's gonna be somewhere stupid. Calling it right now. Did I potentially leave it over here? It is not over here. I'm just gonna make another bed because I genuinely have no idea what happened to this bed. Oh, that's right. I don't have resources over here. I had a couple chests over here. Actually, there might be... No, there should be an extra bed right over in here. Aha! I knew it. I'm just gonna steal it. Alright, so terraforming time. I need to flatten this out quite a bit. Let's go ahead, throw the stone down. Yeah, I'm just going to start by removing this entire layer of grass and dirt.
What the hell was that?
Dog just went... I'm not... I wish you guys could see my face right now, because I feel so freaking dumb right now. When do you go live? I go live every Monday at 6 p.m. EST, and every Thursday I play Vintage Story with my buddy Soulspawn, also at 6 p.m. EST. Every once in a while I will stream on Fridays. Kind of the deal is if I don't have a video out on Friday for you guys, I end up doing a live stream just to kind of, you know, give you guys some more content. But Fridays, it's kind of depending on what people are wanting from my poll. For just a friendly reminder for everybody, I did put out a poll suggesting different genres of games to potentially bring to the channel. If you feel like, I did put out a poll with a few suggestions of game types to play. Go ahead and check out my posts tab and vote on the poll. But I should say, if you are asking when I go live, if you haven't hit that subscribe button yet, I highly suggest hitting that subscribe button and hitting that bell icon to be notified when I go live. Just gonna grab up all this grass really quick. You know what? We're going to fill in this second layer down, just in case we happen to need to place any blocks down. It's much easier to actually utilize, or it's much easier to build when there's blocks underneath. Than if there wasn't. Okay. So we do have... we do have to fill this in. Do have to be careful. This shovel is at low durability. I'd rather not lose it if possible. I should probably go get my other tools, just because I'm probably more than likely going to need some fresh tools here pretty soon. So I'm thinking if I'm going to be doing any planning or anything like that, I'm thinking I want to try to put some like cliff sides right here. Kind of going from like stone, maybe tough stone andesite. I think that would look kind of neat. Throw in a couple trees along here as well. I think that could look pretty neat. Yeah. I need to throw these blocks in with the others. Boop. So if we're gonna do that, actually, let me go get my tools really quick. I'm not gonna have too much more time here, unfortunately. I'm trying to stick to a semi-strict schedule for streaming. You know, kind of incentivize you guys to come back and watch. But in all sincerity, I do also want to spend some time to wind down, maybe get a snack or something after stream. Something. I'll be right back, everybody. Sorry about that. Thought we had an emergency on our hands, but we don't. Whew, that was slightly concerning. All right, let's go to bed. Sorry, I forgot to shut off a light. Okay. So, cliffside. Right over in here. That's what the stone is going to kind of outline here. Yeah, pretty much just a cliffside right along this path here. Could look pretty nice. Probably end up bringing it around the other side here. Yeah. what are you making? I'm actually outlining right now kind of the plans for the next video that I'm going to be putting out maybe this weekend. I'm going to try my best. I basically just planning what the layout of everything is going to be. So what I'm currently laying out is where, you know, the cliff side is going to be, how it's going to look. I need to kind of flatten some things out, get rid of all these path blocks and everything like that, but I just want you guys to kind of get the gist of this area. So once we have the cliff side built here, I think we're probably going to end up using this entire area here for the keep or the stronghold. I mean, obviously we don't have to build it super big. I don't want it to be super big either. But, you know, cliffside, maybe stretch out the walls to here and like right up around here. So I might end up even moving this where it is right now, changing that up. But while we do that, I still have some terraforming to do. I want to finish laying out... Where's my things? They're right over here. I want to finish laying out the pathways for how people are going to get around the kingdom. So just need a shovel. And what I would like to have happen is this. Well, I need this first and foremost. But like right here, when you go to turn it into where the stronghold or the keep is going to be, we want to bring it out around this way, bring it towards the ocean or the river. It's a river. Yeah, this is a river that'll leads out. Maybe we could do like some sort of fishing port out this way. Maybe we'll see. Also, welcome back, Rescore. Unfortunately, we won't be going for too much longer at this point. Probably only going to be going for a few more minutes. But Jesus, those cats are fighting. Ooh, actually, we have kind of like a cliffside here, so that could potentially be something to utilize, or not utilize, but an idea potentially for something to do here. I do want to get rid of some of this grass. I mean, obviously down around this area, cliff would be cliff would look really nice up along here, I think, and then have like a little port right over here. What is XP for in the chat? You know what? I just recently noticed that was a live stream feature for YouTube. I really don't know what it's used for, if you want me to be completely honest. But I wanted to kind of come down and around this way and have it connect up with the path over here. Because like I said, I want to expand the farm up over towards the water there. Stop stealing my first place. Guys, there's no need to fight. Yeah, all this grass needs to kind of go. I just need to really clear out enough to make a solid pathway, I think. Quit horsing around and get out of my face. He's after my gold carrots. You know what? 13 hearts. Holy crap. That's not a... He seems decently fast, too. I think how the XP system works is like the more you chat, the more XP you get while you chat, and then you take like first place, second place, all that kind of stuff. I'm not really 100% certain, but it's kind of what I'm thinking is the whole concept behind that. But yeah, I think we have, if we can get this. Laid out. Really love the point system. You stop earning points at first place. Really? Interesting. That's very interesting to know. I think whatever they're doing, it's supposed to be like a newer feature. It's more than likely experimental, but if chatters could use those XP points or something like that for like rewards or something, that would be really neat. I know at one point YouTube had like channel points that you could use to redeem like sound alerts and all that kind of stuff, but I don't think they have that anymore, which I don't really know why either. It would be kind of like how it would be kind of similar to how Twitch does their channel points and point redemptions and all that kind of stuff. I don't know, man. All right, cool. So then we have this pathway going down through here towards the river, which then eventually I definitely think doing some sort of like fishing type thing could be interesting to do. We'll see. We'll see how far we get with this. It is starting to get dark, though. Yeah, it is getting dark, and we're about out of time for tonight, too, which kind of sucks. But you know what? I was kind of hoping we would have a little more time for planning. I really don't. What's your favorite YouTuber? It depends. Because if we're talking of what is it called? Like if we're talking like gaming, which is, I mean, a majority of my stuff that I watch is gaming stuff. I'll say it. I think BOO is probably my favorite YouTuber at the moment, just because of his ability to just build in Minecraft. What he does with his builds and everything is just absolutely crazy. There's a couple others that I'm really enjoying right now. Legends of Evantris, they're a Dungeons and Dragons group that they do like D&D one-offs and everything like that. It's really interesting because as somebody who has played Dungeons and Dragons before, only a handful of times, less than a handful, I should say, it's funny to watch them. What's another one? I can't think of anybody else at this time. But as I did say, we are kind of running out of time at this point. So I think it's probably in our best interest to go ahead and say goodbye for tonight. I will say I downloaded this app to kind of be able to get like a mini controller on OBS. So we will eventually get back to doing this. Like I said, recording and editing tomorrow. I don't know how far I'll be able to get, but we will get there. You want to see the map one more time? All right. Well, I'll be nice. I'll show you the map currently as it stands. Like I said, I want to get another pathway going up through here. Probably, yeah, most of this is going to be farmland up through here, but I want to start incorporating some houses around in here. A quarry of some kind here, and more houses along here, and I think that the village will look very nice. But with that being said, we're going to go ahead and end things off for the night, everybody. Hope you guys enjoyed the stream. If you did, make sure to leave a like. I'd greatly appreciate it. And for everybody that is not familiar with him, we will be raiding over to Mr. Soulspawn. He is, like I said, a good friend of mine. He's currently playing some Vintage Story. I don't know how long he will be on, though, but I know he likes to throw a little fit when I don't raid him if we're both raiding. But yeah, so we're going to go ahead and check him out here at the end. Make sure to hit that like button. Check out all the links below for all my social medias. Huge shout out and thank you to all my channel members as well. You guys are absolutely amazing. And I would also suggest considering becoming a channel member today for some awesome perks, early access to videos, some neat badges and emotes and all that kind of stuff. Never required, but always greatly appreciated. And yeah, with that being said, I will see you guys again on Thursday for some Vintage Story. Bye-bye.